Hello, hello. We are live. Sorry, I'm still getting comfy. Ugh. I'm like still losing my voice. It's crazy. So I made a medicine ball tea, and I've got my normal tea. I think I'm set on the drinks. I've got my water right here. Hello, welcome. Okay. If I want to hit 50,000 words by Thursday, I apparently need 5,690 words today, tomorrow, and Thursday. And that just does not sound feasible. So that's probably not going to happen. So I think I'm just going to try and do as much as I can, because I'm not going to force myself to write 5,600 words for the next 3 days. And I'm already proud of myself for even making 32,930 words so far this month, because that's just, I've said it multiple times, that's the best I've ever done in 1 month in my entire life. So I think it's a win. How are all of you guys doing? The cough is still lingering, so that's really cool. Oh man. Also, I did a free cosmic profile on tarot.com, and it was telling me about my Celtic tree sign, and I went down a rabbit hole of what the Celtic tree astrology was, and I was fascinated by it, and some ideas started to sprinkle about. So while I was out and about today, because I had my son's speech therapy, we went to Half Price Books afterwards, and I got Irish fairy tales, Celtic folk and fairy tales, and Celtic legends, because why not? And then I saw the Greek myths, and I had to say yes, because that almost went into my tea. That would have been bad. We all know how much I'm obsessed with Greek mythology. Like when that whole TikTok trend of asking your boyfriend or husband on how often they think about the Roman Empire, Greek mythology and Taylor Swift are my Roman Empire. Or I guess Roman empires. So, that was hot. I probably should not have done that. So I don't know what I'm going to be working on tonight. It might be the fantasy romance. It might be the contemporary romance, and it might just be putting together a whole bunch of brain dump on a Celtic type of story. So, with that being said, why don't we go ahead and get this first sprint started, and I'll see y'all back in 25 minutes. Alrighty, that was the first sprint of the night. We've got Nikki here. Hello. We've got Amethyst May. Glad to catch you again. I'm almost ready to join in. Awesome. I found one of my old projects that I was working on a long time ago, and I kind of want to work on it. It's like it's a contemporary romance. Um, and it's about a singer-songwriter who only wants to write songs. She doesn't want to actually perform because she doesn't like all the attention on her. But as I was trying to find the words that I lost last night, I was going through all of my docs, and this was one of the documents that I had opened recently, and I don't remember opening it recently, but apparently I did, and I was reading through it, and I just kind of got sucked in. So I think I might be working on this tonight. Hey, I'm here with 75 words that time. I joined late. No worries. I literally did not get very many words in because I was just since the character I'm working on right now is a singer-songwriter, I'm kind of coming up with some lyrics to be able to weave into the story. So I literally have like 31 words. It's not even a full stanza yet. No, no, I did not. I just ended up writing, like just continuing to write that one scene. And if those words decide to show up, they'll show up. If not, well, I guess it is what it is. I'm not gonna stress over it anymore. I think I wasted too much time yesterday stressing about it, and it just wasn't working for me. How is everyone doing? Are you all joining Nano, or are you all participating in Nano this month? If not, what is your goal for the month? At the very beginning, when I started this stream, I had mentioned that if I wanted to try and finish Nano with 50,000 words, I have to write 5,690 words today, tomorrow, and Thursday. And that's just not going to happen. I'm not going to force myself to write almost 6,000 words for the next 3 days because that is asinine and I don't want to burn myself out. So right now I'm just having fun going through an old project that kind of just sparked, and gonna play around with that for a little bit because I don't want to force myself to hit the 50K when there's only 3 days left and I need a lot of words. I need what, like 17,000 words total? Yeah, 17,000 words. Doing well, scarfing down some pizza, then writing. I have 3K words so far today. That is amazing. How many do you need total today to stay on track? My goal at the start of Nano was 50K words and to also get through the story, but I'm at 45K and I'm only halfway through the story. Yeah, so I think 50K, sorry. I think 50,000 words is actually like the lower end of a novel. So I think a lot of people find that by the time that they get to 50,000, they're only like halfway through, or maybe just over halfway through. So I can totally see that. But that's awesome that you're already at 45K. You can totally make 50K by the end of the month. Me, on the other hand, I know I can't. I'm not even going to fool myself into thinking that I could spit out 17,000 words in the next 3 days. Plus, I'm definitely going to have to go back and edit so much. Yeah, but, that happens. It's part of the process, right? And that's how we make it look prettier, and I feel like that's the fun part for me. The actual drafting is hard for me. But the brainstorming, so beforehand, and then revising and making things pretty and sound good, and making sure all the grammar is there, that's where it's at for me. No idea. I'm afraid to calculate that. Yeah, I needed about 75K to finish last year. Like your novel was like 75,000. I think that's like the normal. Yes, I love revising and editing because that's when I get to really put in like the descriptors. The actual like I just flipped the tea bag fully in there. So like the little okay, whatever. The drafting is what's difficult for me. Like the first initial drafting is so difficult for me. So I am a big fan of the brainstorming and like the brain dumping prior to the first draft. And then I like the revising and making the first draft look pretty and sound good and not be shitty. But I think that's like my perfectionistic quality that I have. And that's probably why I struggle with first drafts. Yeah, I made it to 50 for November, but in December added a lot more. Yeah, I feel like most stories or most novels are going to land in the 65 to 85,000 range for the most part. I think 50,000 is like the minimum it needs to be in order to be a novel. um, that's still a little too hot to drink. Let's see. Have we taken like a 10-minute break-ish? Just about. Are you guys ready for the next sprint? Because I think I am. I'm going to try and write a little bit more of this song for my character. And then I might just go ahead and reread the 1.5 chapters I had written way back when. When did I write this? Writing history. This was back in April of 2020. Does anybody else do this? Like when you're looking for something and then you come across something else and then you just kind of like get sucked in? Because that's what's happening to me right now. All right. All right. Y'all are ready to go. So let's go ahead. Good. I'm glad I'm not the only one because I feel like there's so many ideas and stories that are in my head, and then also like ones that I've at least started a project so that I can go back to it whenever I need to, but whatever is in my head for that is like down so that I don't forget it later. And then when I'm just, scrolling around looking for stuff and I open it by accident, I'm sucked into it. Hi, Faith. Welcome. Writing an essay with your own timer. That's fine. No worries. I'm here to be your productive accountability buddy. A lot of work to do. I hope you're able to get the work done that you need. I'll be reading an old whip and then get invested, and then I'll get to the point where it ends, and I'm always like, what happens next? You gotta write it then. It's crazy. 2 days to get research paper done and a chapter book. Oh my goodness. Crossing my fingers for you that you're able to get it done. All right, let's get this next sprint started. Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, crossing my fingers for you. All right. I will see you guys back in 25 minutes. Happy writing, reading, or whatever you are doing. All right, that was that sprint. How did we all do? I am at a total of 173 words now for this one song that I'm writing, but I don't really consider myself like a songwriter because let's be honest, I can't sing. And the only instrument I've ever played is the flute, and that was back from 5th grade to 8th grade, and you don't want to know how long ago that was. So I'm kind of treating it like a poem because I don't have like a melody or anything, but I'm doing like a whole bunch of like rhyming and whatnot. So I have like half of verse 1, I have the majority of a chorus, I have an entire bridge, and that's it. So I still need like a pre-chorus, another verse, finish the first one, um, and then like an outro, right? Outro. So yeah, it's interesting. But I feel like since in one of when I was rereading one of the chapters that I had written in italics, there's like some song lyrics that were like forming in her brain because it just that's how it works for her. Like the first line is um the beginnings of the song started forming in my mind as I wiped down the counter. Um and it goes on from that. And then later on I have like in italics one of the lines of her song that she's creating. So I feel like I need to have some of these songs already written so that I can insert them into the chapters, if that makes any sense. 524 words? That's amazing. Good job. That's so great. My goodness. What is the time for everyone? It's 8:45 for me. I thrive in 20 plus minute sprints. 15 minutes in, I don't do well. Every so often, a good 15-minute sprint will be fantastic for me, but I think 25 is like 20 to 25 minutes is like my sweet spot. 9:45 for you, so East Coast. 200 words for Coco. Good job. Nikki got 179 words and finished chapter 3. Woohoo! Gotta love it. Is everyone writing a novel? Are there other forms of writing that you do? Is that the correct term? Like, does anyone write poems? I used to write poems back in high school. I wish I still had all of my old notebooks from high school. I don't know where they went. They're probably in storage all the way up in the attic. But yeah, high school, I used to write a lot of poems. But I also went through like a emo, very emo stage of my life back then, where it was cool to be like angsty, and I wasn't really that angsty. I'm writing short stories to publish in one novel this time. Ooh, so like kind of like a short story anthology. I don't know if I could write short stories. I feel like I want to describe too much. And I'm always noticing that like as soon as I get to like the 25 to 30,000 word mark that I'm nowhere near completing it, and I don't feel like I could do anything shorter. A romance novel, nice. Romance is my jam. That's pretty much all I write and read. Oh my gosh, I had an emo poem notebook too. Some funny saying about my antics scribbled all over the cover. Yep. I think I remember posting a lot of my angsty poems back on like Xanga. Does anybody remember Xanga? I feel like last night we were talking about MySpace. Tonight I'm bringing back Xanga and excuse me, sorry. I wish that I wish that Xanga was still around so that I could find my old like blog posts that had um all of my poems and high school writings on it. It was spelled with an X though, right? Xanga, right? Or am I thinking of something different? Oh man. I have one of my friends to blame for all of this like nostalgia walking down memory lane because yesterday she had messaged me and she's like, "You remember when we were all on the AIM?" And I'm like, "Girl, I still miss AIM." I have an old blogger out there still, but ignore it now. It could have been spelled that way. I can't remember. I think it was Xanga, if I'm remembering correctly. But yeah, um, I I loved Xanga. That and MySpace was like where I was at all the time. And then also where I fell in love with like writing and telling stories was actually in middle school, like when we had a house computer and you had to dial into the internet. Um, I found I was a big like Chicken Soup for the Soul books. I loved those books growing up. And there was one for like the teenage soul because I was entering, or no, I was in the teen years by then, or I was just entering, and they had a website called chickensoupfortheteenagesoul.com, and there was like a writing forum, and then it changed into iamforteens.com, and it was this entire huge writing forum, and it was like I found like a lot of like really cool writing friends there. And I still talk to, I think, one of them, but that's where I like really started storytelling because it was um you would have like a thread and it was like before Wattpad, but in the same like kind of realm. Only you would have your own thread and each post would be like another chapter and whatnot, and people could comment on it and whatnot. Um, I wish that website was still around because my very first story is I wrote there and I did have it printed out. And I remember sometime in high school, I reread it and I thought it was complete and utter crap. So I threw it out. And I regret that so much because I think it would be so much fun to just go back to see where it all started. Like, I'm so mad at past me for throwing it out because that website is not around anymore, so I can't, like, go and look at my old posts, and I'm just ugh. I mean, I know it was total shit, but it's where I began all of, like, my writing. That tea is starting to get cold now. I think it might be time for me to switch over to my medicine ball. And hopefully that helps whatever this is that is still lingering. While it's 17 degrees out for me. Alrighty. It's been about 10-ish minutes. Are you all good to start the next sprint? My phone is blowing up. Alrighty. Sounds good. All right, let's start this next sprint, and I will see you guys back in 25 minutes. Happy writing, reading, or whatever you are doing. I don't know where that sprint went. I feel like that sprint went super fast. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know where that went. I I am almost done with this song, which is awesome. But I also got sucked into taking this quiz. I don't know if you guys know what Ream subscriptions is. I do have one. I have two. It's kind of like Patreon, but it's made by authors and it's for authors. Like it's made by authors specifically for authors. And Katrina sent me a quiz that they took to help figure out what kind of author persona you are. So I'm going to give you guys the link for that in case you are interested. I'm apparently a Pearl, and it's interesting. So there's that link if you want it. Definitely got distracted. It happens. I don't know how many words I have yet, but 550 words. That's amazing. I'll probably be here for another hour and a half or so. So, however many sprints we can get in that time frame. And welcome. Hi. How many pages do you have to do tonight? Let's see. I still need to finish verse 1. I need like I think 2 more lines for it. I still have to come up with a pre-chorus, but I think I've got the chorus down. I don't have any of verse 2 yet. I've got the bridge down and I've got the outro down. So I'm almost there. Almost there. I'm getting there. 8 pages for this chapter. Ooh. Yesterday was what, 9 or 10? Thank God, I'm so sorry, guys. I want this cough to go away. It's just lingering. Anyways, last night I think you had like what, 9 or 10 pages you had to do, and I feel like you knocked it out in 2 sprints. Yeah, 9 yesterday, 8 today, 7 tomorrow, and then you're done. That's amazing. That is so awesome. Well, hopefully you can knock that out in the next couple of sprints. I'll for sure be here for like another hour and a half. But yeah, I'm really liking this song. I'm calling it a song because it's technically a song in the contemporary romance that I'm writing. However, I'm treating it kind of like a poem because I have no melody going on in my head. I'm just making things rhyme, basically. But it's been really fun to like just work on this. I forgot how much I actually kind of liked to write poetry back in the day. So it's kind of fun to get back into that. How are all of you on your daily goals? I don't know if I told you what I'm adapting. It's the novel She, A History of Adventure by H. Rider Haggard. It's an action adventure novel which had the first Jungle Queen. Ooh, that sounds interesting. I've never heard of it. I'm gonna have to look it up though. A History of Adventure. I met the traditional 1667 word goal for today. That's awesome. That's so great. I love it when we're able to do that. Okay, I'm back for the night, I think. Welcome back. I was just saying that I'll probably be here for another hour and a half. So however many sprints we can get in that time frame is what we will do. And again, I'm not pushing myself too hard tonight. Tonight, I think I'm just having fun with this contemporary romance project that sucked me in, and I'm almost done with one of the songs. So that's exciting. Has anyone else been dealing with a cold that they had like weeks prior and then just dealing with this lingering cough that just won't go away? Because that's what's happening to me and it is annoying. Whatever happened to the colds where you were down for a day or two and then no lingering cough? Yeah, there was some kind of nasty virus that went around my daughter's school at the end of October, early November, and everyone was getting tested, and all of the tests came back negative for everything. So I have no idea what this nasty virus was, but the lingering cough is so annoying because physically I feel great. Feel great. I'm, doing all of my normal stuff, but this cough is so annoying and it like I'm good for like pretty much the entire day, but when I start like talking, it starts like tickling and then I just go into like a coughing attack and I don't like it. I don't like it at all. So if you have any remedies, I will definitely look into it. Okay, cool. Midnight Eastern time. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking yeah, I'm thinking 11 p.m. Central. I might go as far as 11:30 Central if I'm feeling it, but I think 11 p.m. East or Central time will be my stopping point. What is contemporary? Contemporary is like in our modern day world. So think of like books that Christina Lauren write, Emily Henry. I'm looking at my bookshelf right now. Helen Huang. Is that how? Is that her name? I think. Um, or Anna Huang, who wrote like the Twisted Love series. Um, Basically anything that is written in today's modern world is considered contemporary. My youngest was treated for pneumonia just because the cough was so bad, and even those meds didn't help. Oh, I'm glad he didn't have the pneumonia, though. Um, one of my friend's sons or one of my friend's brothers, his son was in the hospital for, I think, like 3 days with a bad pneumonia case, and it started from whatever virus that was going around that wasn't showing up on any of the tests. But he's all good now. But yeah, it's crazy. I feel like ever since the pandemic, our immune systems just kind of reset, and we're just like building all of our immune systems back up, and it's really annoying. Yeah, it's scary. It's so scary. Um, my son didn't have pneumonia, but as a baby, he was 6 weeks old. He had to go in for an emergency surgery. And it was the scariest time of my life. So whenever I hear of kids needing to be in the hospital, it just takes me back to that. And I'm just like, it's so scary. So scary. Ooh, you know what I might make for lunch tomorrow is that Italian penicillin soup. Get a whole bunch of extra nutrients in my body. Maybe that'll help kick this cough because I'm at a loss of what to do for it. Nikki, is the romance that you are writing in today's modern world, or is it a fantasy, or is it a historical? We've been downing local honey to try and soothe, but also helps with the allergies. Yeah, right now I just have some store-bought honey, but I do want to look into getting some local honey to help with the allergies because my allergies have gone from being seasonal to all year round, and it's super annoying. And I have heard that local honey is supposed to help with that. So I am going to be looking into that. Though I'm sure there's a whole bunch still right now, even though we're approaching the winter seasons. It just might be more expensive, I'm assuming. I might be writing a contemporary romance novel then because it's set in today's world. Yeah. Yep. As long as it's in today's modern world, then it's considered a contemporary. Um, a lot of a lot of like the other so like there's also like, all of like the dark romance and everything. A lot of those are also in a contemporary setting, but I don't think they're considered contemporary romance because of the dark subject matter. But I feel like I don't know where I was going to go with that because I totally just lost my train of thought as I was talking. That happened to anybody? Most hockey romance and meet cutes are considered contemporary. Yeah. Um, any good hockey romance recommendations? Please send my way. I am on the hunt for some more hockey romances, considering now that it's approaching winter and hockey is my favorite sport to watch. Though I don't know how my Blackhawks are doing. I haven't been watching much sports at all, actually, this past year, but hockey is definitely my favorite. Sports romance aren't my thing. It's fair. But I love Hallmark Christmas type romances. Nice. What's your favorite one that you've read so far? Or that's probably not the greatest. What are some of your favorites? Do you also like to watch the Hallmark Christmas movies? I believe it's oh yeah, it's Hallmark Christmas has started back around Halloween. What am I thinking? I don't know why I'm thinking that it's the end of October when I know it's the end of November, but this was like the second time that I had that slip up. I feel like because it should only be I feel like it shouldn't be the end of November already. Um, trying to think if I've read any Hallmark Christmas type of romances. I don't know. I'll take recommendations for that too. Alrighty. Are we good for another sprint? Because I think I'm ready to get back into the writing. I think I might have that somewhere in my mess of books. I'll have to look. I'll have to look, but I think I might have that one. Alrighty. Let's get this sprint started. I will see you guys back in 25 minutes. Good luck on the writing, reading, or whatever productivity item that you are doing. See you in 25. Is it just me, or are these sprints going so fast? Like, I feel like I just started the 25-minute sprint. Oh, I'm gonna have to look into it. Thank you for finding it out. Hi, Kat. Welcome. I'm gonna be here for probably another hour. So, probably 2 more sprints. If I'm still in the mood or in the zone, I'll stay until 11:30 Central Time, but for sure, at least until 11 p.m. my time, Central Time. Right? Like, I don't understand why it's feeling like they are going like that. I feel very productive after a nap. That's awesome. Right? Like, has it really already been 25 minutes? Oh my goodness. 117 words. Woohoo! 583 words and finish this short story. That's amazing. Congrats. But I'm getting tired, so I think I'm done for the night. No problem. Thanks for sprinting with us. I hope you have a good night. Get that rest. Kat, what is your goal for tonight? I have one verse left to do for this song for my character. And then I think this song is done. So that's super exciting. And if I like these songs, I might just start putting them into like a little document, and maybe I'll look into doing like a poetry thing, because why not? If I already have them written. Ugh. Ugh. Like, I can't believe I've already been streaming for 2.5 hours. It does not feel like that. Oh, that's fun. I don't want to do that, only because I'm planning on some of the lines of this song to be in the novel, as well as like some like inner monologue for my character, who is a singer-songwriter. Um so I'm like trying to, I don't have a melody or a beat for this song. I just have a bunch of lines that rhyme and work together. Um, so if I wanted them to actually like come to life, I would need someone who is musically inclined to be able to take my words and turn it into an actual song. Yeah. So I have titles for, I think, 4 songs of hers. So I want to get words for those songs so that I can put them in um, the story as well. Gotta love the craziness that my brain wants to throw at me. Yep. I still love how I wasn't even planning on working on this particular story because I haven't worked on it since 2020. Like, it's been percolating in the back of my mind, and I've had like the brain dump, and I have like I think 4 of the main characters figured out, and I think I have like 2 chapters actually written. Um but for some reason I randomly opened it, and here we are. Now I'm working on it. When I created it, like when the story came to my mind, it was when I was like binge watching the show Nashville. So I had like that singer-songwriter type of character that I really wanted to work on. And then I worked on it for a little bit during one of the camps for Nano and put it to the wayside. And it's just been sitting there collecting dust. But it feels really fun to be writing these lyrics for the character. And I'm just, I'm excited. I've been so excited about my writing this month, whether it's in the fantasy romance or these contemporary romances that I've been um, somewhat working on every so often. I think I figured out the perfect way to get my nano words in and get unstuck with my book. It's a YA contemporary about grief, and I think adding in flashbacks or before scenes will do the trick. Yes. I think that would be great because grief is such a it's such a pain in the butt. But whenever I was dealing with grief with either the loss of my grandma or when I was 18 and I lost my dad, the memories that I have of them, they would come back so randomly. So adding flashbacks and before scenes, I feel like is a really great way to show um how it how grief actually like I don't know what I'm trying to say, but it makes sense in my head that adding the flashbacks and before scenes of before having to deal with the grief makes so much sense. And it helps also with having those to just have like those memories because it's so realistic and I feel like so many people um I don't know where I was going. This is like the second or third time that I was starting something and then completely forgot what I was going to say. But yes, I think this is a great idea. I agree. I haven't been super excited about writing in a while. And so to have this excitement is really, really awesome. And yes, it's great motivation. Thanks. It's been almost 2 years since I lost my grandma. And 15 years since my dad, but such is life. You learn to deal with it. Maybe I don't know where I was going with it. I get you. Thank you for the feedback. That's kind of what I was thinking too. I'm glad you think it makes sense. It makes complete sense because I definitely like even now, even though I'm not technically going through all the grief anymore, you still have all of those memories and your mind takes you on flashbacks just in general. Like today I was after dinner I was cleaning off the kitchen table and I was putting down the tablecloths or not the tablecloths, the placemats that I got from my grandma, and they have like a red cardinal on it, and then I had a poinsettia in like as the centerpiece. And I looked at it and I'm like, this reminds me of my grandma so much because she loved cardinals, number one. And number two, they were her placemats that I got, like I inherit, like it was one of the things that I inherited. I have so many boxes because we've been going through my grandpa's house. And it was just it was a great memory and a flashback that took me to a happier time with her rather than remembering all the sadness. So I feel like the flashbacks and the before scenes will definitely help with that. Also, help your character grow and deal with the grief as well. Yep, same. The past 3 years has been really, really difficult for me on losing people. Um, it's it's insane. Thank you. God is giving you time to think about your grandma. You want to remember her. Absolutely. Absolutely. She was the best woman on the planet. But yeah, I still can't believe how fast these sprints have been going. Are we good to start the next sprint? Also, for any of you who are new around here, me and my friend Katrina do a lot of sprinting over on our Discord servers as well. We whenever I'm not live, you can find me over there too. And it's not just about writing, it's also about books and other nerdy things and just building a cozy corner, a cozy community. So if you want to, go ahead and hit those links. Yes, next, ready. Isn't it just so amazing how we write stories that are just life? It's amazing. We are writing stories of people's lives. Yeah, it is pretty awesome. It's empathy that makes people love stories. Yeah, I agree. Alrighty, let's get this next sprint started. I will see you guys back in 25 minutes. Happy writing. Good luck with everything that you are working on. All right, seriously, these 25-minute sprints are going so fast. This is not making sense to me. I can't. I'm almost done with this song. Almost done. I've got half of a verse left to do. I have like the endings of some of the lines, but I need something for the beginning of the line. Don't ask me what my brain is doing. I can only imagine, Nikki. I'm so sorry you had to go through that. 619 for Cat. That's amazing, Cat. I have a total of 300 words for this song lyric. It's almost done. And this would be like officially my first song. Even though I guess poems are similar. They just don't have a lot of like the repeating like chorus type things. Yeah, you're telling me this entire stream I've been working on this song. But at the same time, these sprints seem to be like flying. I don't understand it. Yes, 3 pages done. 3 more to go. Sorry, guys. Hopefully this cough will be gone soon. But I believe that you can get the next 3 pages done in the next sprint. I'll probably stay on till 11:30 my time just because I can't believe how fast these sprints are going, and I want to get some kind of narrative writing done before I head upstairs to go read and relax and go to sleep. So it looks like we'll have 2 more sprints. Yeah. Cough is annoying. I am in the Chicago area, so it is 10:40 for me right now. It was the worst because he died. Well, Oh no. I'm so sorry. That's got to be so tough. Good. I'm glad. I will be here for another 2 25-minute sprint. That sucks. I'm so sorry. Losing people that young, too, is just heartbreaking. Sending you love. I don't know what I was going to talk about. I keep like losing my train of thought. I don't know why. I never know what to talk about when there's not a whole lot of like chit chat going on, but I know that I need we need like some sort of break between the sprints. And I'm just trying to think of something to talk about. And these are the moments where I feel super awkward. Yeah. At least I'm not the only one. The last thing I saw in theater was actually the Taylor Swift concert movie with my daughter. Before that, I couldn't even tell you. No, I could tell you. It was probably in 2017 when I was pregnant with my daughter, and the live adaptation of Beauty and the Beast came out. I think that was the last time I saw a movie besides the Taylor Swift concert. Yeah. Ooh, a 20-page essay. Oh, I remember those days. Yeah. My daughter was so excited to see the concert movie because she was so upset that I couldn't take her to physically see her. But she had a blast watching the movie, and she did a fun little dance when I told her it'll be available to rent in the middle of December. So she's super excited. Last thing I saw was Little Mermaid in the Summertime. Nice. We watched that when it was finally streaming. The Taylor Swift concert movie, it was amazing. And it was such a fun experience. And especially if you couldn't go to the actual concert, it was a lot less expensive than the concert would have been. So I feel like it justified the price. The whole being able to rent the movie in the middle of December and not being able to purchase it is going to drive me nuts. But I think it'll probably be able to be purchased at a later time. She's got tricks up her sleeve, right? But the joy that it brings my daughter is worth all the money in the world, I think. So, I will be renting the Taylor Swift concert movie on December 13th when it comes. Was it good? I haven't seen it yet, but I haven't seen all of the Hunger Game movies. I tried reading the books way back when they first came out, and I just couldn't get into it. But I did like the movies. I've seen the first two, I believe. Aw, thank you. I love being a mom, even though they drive me absolutely bonkers 24/7. But yeah, the joy that they get just from like the simplest things is just, it's so innocent and sweet, and I love it so much. It really is. It really is. And um my mom always used to say when I was little that you just don't understand how much you could love another person until you have a kid. And I was like, you're full of it. And then when I became a mom, I was like, yeah, that this love is unreal. It's crazy. I love my little monsters. Alrighty. I think we've had a good break, right? Yeah, just about 10 minutes. Okay. Why don't we get started on the next 25-minute sprint? And I will see you guys then. Hopefully this one won't fly like, well, I don't know. Maybe it's good that they're flying by. But anyways, I'll see you guys back in 25 minutes. Happy writing. And that was that sprint. How did we do? I finished writing the one song. There's still 4 or 5, 1, 2, 3, 4 more that I would like to write, but I did go ahead and start writing a scene. So I have 75 words in that scene, and the one song that I wrote ended up being 319 words. That's including like verse 1 in like brackets and pre-chorus and whatnot. But that song is done. And I can't believe I wrote a song. So that's exciting. How did you guys do? Let's see. Just finished my chapter, so happy there's only one left tomorrow. The end of Nano is always such a slog. I'm happy to do it every year, though. I'm signing off now. Have a fun next sprint. Thank you for joining us. And yeah, the end of Nano can totally be a slog, but I love this challenge, and I've said it once, I'll say it again. I wish there was a big Nano event every quarter and a smaller camp event to go along with that as well. I love the community that comes out for when it's Nano time. 607 words. Woohoo! Thank you. It's really fun going back to like stuff that you haven't even considered in the past 3 years. And it's exciting. It's exciting. Organize your essay. That's good. That is so good. How many pages do you have done for your essay? Since you said it has to be like 20 pages, right? I wish I still had a copy of my 25-page essay I had to write as my like senior thesis for my English degree, but that was on a different laptop, which completely died like a terrible death, and I couldn't even like recover anything that was on that hard drive. 158, woohoo! Yep, to the 20 pages. 324, hit 32K, and I'm going to take an Advil and go to sleep. Go to sleep. Yes, rest that ankle of yours, please. That ankle needs to heal just like this cough needs to go away. They're both annoying. I am only going to do one more sprint though. There it is. Yeah, that I'm so over this cough. So over it. No words to. That's okay. Sometimes the words just aren't wording. And sometimes you just need to take a break. It's all good. For the last sprint, do you guys want to do the 25 minutes or do you want to do a like 15 or a 20? Just curious. I'm good with whatever. As long as it's not more than 25 minutes. If it was more than 25 minutes, we would have had to do that at like 9, which would have been 2 hours ago for me. It's not the 27th anymore. It's the 28th. I am super excited. I'm good with a 20. Let me pull up the Google timer so we can do a 20. Google timer. Do a 20. 20. Share this tab instead. Make that big. Here we go. Oh. Is everyone almost close to meeting their goals? Come on. Oh, man. I will say, once Nano is done, I am looking forward to working on my bullet journals and getting ready for a new quarter. Katrina, are you still here or did you already leave? If you're here, when does HB90 begin? I guess I can look it up. No, not even close. I need 12,213 words that last 2 days of Nano. Like you only need 12,000 more to hit 50K, or you need to write 12,000 words every day in order to hit the 50K. If it's the latter, I'm so sorry. I need 5,600 in every day in order to hit the 50K, and I already told myself that's not happening. I'm at a little over 33,000 total. Are you guys big planners around here? I need to figure out what my planning system's going to be like. Yeah, that doesn't sound like fun. December 10th. Oh, that's coming up soon. That's in like 2.5 weeks. I cannot believe it's already almost December. Where did this year go? Yeah, we're around the same. I'm a little, I need a little bit more than that, but yeah, it's rough. I'm just enjoying my story and see where it goes at the end of it. Absolutely. That's all you can really hope for, is being able to enjoy what you're writing, because if you're not enjoying it, then you know that your readers are not going to enjoy it. So you need to enjoy it. So I'm glad you are enjoying your story. My goodness. I don't foresee that happening, but I have really done some of my most consistent writing this month. It's my first year actually trying Nano. Awesome. Yes, I wouldn't say I've been super consistent since there have been plenty of days where I've had zeros. Um, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 days I haven't written this month. Um, so I guess I haven't been like extremely consistent, but more consistent than I have been in previous months. And I'm not really forcing myself to hit the 50K because I'm just so incredibly proud of how much I've already hit in general because I've never written this much in 1 month. Um, and it just feels good to be doing that. And it just feels good to be writing again because the past few years have not been the greatest for my creativity and my words, like at all. It's been a struggle. It's been a struggle to finish things. Um, like I probably have close to 35 or 40 different stories that I want to write that I either have like a snippet of what it's about or I have some characters for that. And I just want to write it all. And I feel like my problem has, in the past 3 years, has been it's been difficult to stick with just a few projects and getting those done. But this year I've been really working on just a few projects and then and just like really, really trying to get these done. Um, but it's been a struggle. Yeah, right? It's insane. Like there are literally I have an entire folder on my Google Drive that is just labeled whips, and each different story has its own folder. And in that folder, there is either one document that has just a couple of sentences and like a character's name. And then there are some documents or some folders that have a shit ton of documents. Like I have outlines and whatnot. And there's a whole bunch that I started when I was really thinking I was going to write young adult. Um, but over time, my writing tastes have changed. And I now only want to focus on like new adult and adult because that's what I personally read and that's what I want to read. And I feel like if you are writing a story, it needs to be a story that you want to read. So I don't want to just like throw those stories out. I want to see if I can like try and make them age up the characters and see if I can make it into a new adult or an adult story. But so many shiny ideas in so many different degrees is a great way of putting it because that is definitely what I have. Coco met your goal. Yes. Congrats. That is the exact same reason I write YA. It is my preferred genre to read. Absolutely. Um, it was, I think, up until about 2017 2016 or 2017 is when I was reading pretty much only young adult, and then some new adult and adult stuff. And then 2018, I really dived headfirst into new adult and adult romance, and I never looked back. Never looked back. I still occasionally will have a pull to read some young adult, but it tends to only be in like the fantasy or paranormal or sci-fi genre of young adult. But yeah, I fully dove headfirst into romance, and specifically new adult and adult romance, and I never looked back. So now I'm trying to figure out how to tweak previous stories, because I still want to write those stories and those characters are still super important to me. And I just need to figure out how to work it into a new adult or adult romance. Yes, congrats, Coco. Alrighty, why don't we get this last sprint going so I can go read. Alrighty, I will. Fair warning, this alert when it goes off is a little bit louder than the previous one, so just be aware. But I will see you guys back in 20 minutes. Good luck. I always forget that that one doesn't like stop on its own either. All right, that was the last sprint of tonight. How did we all do? I have 433 words for this scene written, which is awesome. I'm going to add this to my document that has all of my words in it for Nano. Tools, word count. I'm at a total of 33,743 words, which means I only technically wrote 813 words for tonight, but most of that was writing an entire song. And I feel like songs and poems I feel like are harder to write than scenes most of the time. Some scenes can be very difficult, and writing in general can be very difficult. But when I'm so used to writing scenes for novels, it was different writing a song or a poem. So 813 words. I'm going to add that to my spreadsheet. Ew. Looking at my spreadsheet, if I wanted to hit 50,000 words by the end of the 30th, I need to write 8,129 words tomorrow and Thursday. That's not going to happen. That's funny. Woohoo! 597 words. That's amazing. How many did you get today? Oh, I have to figure out what book I'm reading tonight, because I already finished the other book. Alrighty. It is just about to be midnight on my end. So I am going to call it a night. And I am most likely going to live stream tomorrow as well. I'll make the final decision and let everyone know over on the Discord if I'm going to live stream tomorrow. I'm thinking I will, just so that I can get some more words in. I know I cannot do it on Thursday because my husband has lodge that night. But for those of you who were joining us for the first time, I do a lot of writing sprints over on my Discord server, which is linked down below. When I'm not live streaming, you can find me over there. And it's not just writing stuff that we do. I also talk about books, and I talk about other nerdy things and life things. And it's just a fun little cozy corner with amazing cozy vibes. So if you're interested, go ahead and join us over there. But that's going to be it for tonight. You are so welcome. I love doing these sprints for you guys. I will see you guys later. Have a good night. Oh, I have to hit end stream first.